Fuck, I hate that every morning. Discord. No, you. Greetings, everyone. I see one stopped out, so I can go down now. Yeah. Or up. Or nothing, which looks like what a lot of today is going to be. So calls, bot calls 20. I could try playing the upside. That seems almost just as boring as the downside. Bot calls at 20. Bot puts at 30. Sold calls at 25. Gamma is slightly positive just here above 15. Below 15 it was negative and there was no downside continuation. It looks like NQ's bouncing, Vol's getting shorted. There's flat gamma, maybe out to like 35 or 40 if we really get a pump. We can move more towards the top side of the Condor that was placed this morning. There's a decent chance some of this shit just gets rejected. That was a fun candle. That's one way of describing it. But let's see if it continues. This is like the peak of gamma locally. Which is as terrible as it sounds, I think. Oh. All right. How's everyone doing this morning? Yeah, NQ is just dumping. How are you trading the lows in oil prices right now? I'm long CL at 70. Give me a second. I'll check out QQQ. Gotta do something first. underwater on some bear debits from yesterday. I'm not sure if I cut locking in losses or wait. I'll expire tomorrow. Are they short or long? Like puts or calls? Like which direction are you underwater? That's nice. Still has room to keep moving up, I guess. Let's have a wider stop on it. It's QQQ, right? GM is at 491. Which it's trading just a bit below. So it's just under gamma neutral right now. Which would explain the dump earlier when it lost 491. Trying to regain that. So back above 491, kind of bullish. Seems like the in the money call should be an okay place to be. Yeah, I could probably pull the stop back a little. Give some room for some consolidation. See if we break out above 22, 23. And get the reversal that we so desperately needed yesterday. Starting to. Fall shorts still coming in. Expiration was this, well, down at market open, I guess. Yes, technically tomorrow, but this is the time to short VIX between when the contract expires. Everybody wants to go long. Interesting. Call spreads underwater. I mean, I think there's a little bit of bullish potential here, but maybe a little bit stair-steppy. Like, kind of, gamma kind of flattens out from like 20 to 25, then it bumps up from like 30 to 35, and then it bumps up again from like 40 to 45. Underwater 58, 30, 35 call debit spread. Okay, I mean, you should probably, well, I don't know what the expiration is, but you should probably wait and see if you get a better exit at least. Did you buy them when they were out of the money or when they were like at in the money? Looks like MU going for 110 again. Yeah. It's starting to move up a little. 3% today. I told you guys yesterday that it was just pulling back because it tested resistance. It's a count. Do you guys understand how a calendar spread works? That's what that was. That's what I put on it, right? So you're selling the near dated call, buying long dated call. And so by doing this, you're creating a profile where in the short term, your returns kind of look like this. So you're positive up to the point, where the short call losses exceed the long call gains. But after expiration, the short call falls off. And so does this like negative slope, right? And then you just have a discounted long call and the break even moves down. And so the point of entering those, generally, ooh, failure. Oh, okay. Got some support. The point of entering those is, you think something's going to go up, but you don't think it's going to go up right now. So you can sell the near dated call to discount the cost of the longer dated option. Or you think something's going to go up slowly. It's another really good reason to use them. I did not, Baradactyl. How you doing, man? So just bi-weekly is got it. Yeah, it's it's a diagonal. They're all the same shit, right? One's just spread, one's same strike. IWM 230 end of week. Okay. I was informed by the Discord that selling options is illegal, and that guy was a lawyer. He's a Somalian lawyer. Worse yet, he's a Somalian maritime lawyer. room to 45.50 if we can get over 25. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have changed much. This level seems moderately supportive too. Very moderately. But I think as long as we see vol continue to trend down, we should have a slightly bullish push. Things aren't very bullish or more bullish until we get above 25. So this is still largely just chop. But 25 is still kind of the pivot point for price action here. I think we probably will push up at least a little bit more. 30 is a far better resistance to get hung up on. We are getting some larger out of the money sold put positions though. Specifically, like 57.80 looks like they sold quite a lot, and 40 on the 0 DTE side. 57.90, 80, 40, and 25 all look to be being sold fairly heavily. Which is kind of tilting the cup a little. Are you selling any more Apple calls? I sold some yesterday. Like a decent stack of them. Probably not going to sell more immediately. We do have earnings season coming up, so I just sold like weeklies on it. I probably wouldn't want to sell them into earnings when vol is going up, right? Like the market is just driving vol higher. It's not a great time to sell big piles of call spreads. Puts being sold at those strikes. Calls are mostly out at like 35, 40, 45, 50. Nvidia on a mission to make it all back today. Well, no. But 1.5% of it. So that's cool. When short upstart. So I picked up some puts on it yesterday. But I'd be very careful with it. Maybe above 55 is a more comfortable level to short it at. I know MU's climbing back. That's what it's supposed to do. It's literally what the position was designed for. The position was designed for the price to ideally not exceed 110 this week and then continue to go up, next week and into tech earnings. To end in November. While still giving uncapped upside because there's the potential for it to move quite high, much higher than my PT, depending on how positioning comes in on it. SROF? MOASS? It's having a, yeah, it's doing a thing. Yeah, it's not quite broken out, but still technically in my buy range. But it's about to break out. So, 23, 31, 25. Which is some pretty good returns if you've been accumulating around 17. I know a lot of you guys missed the boat on the first big leg from like back when it was like $10. If MU breaks 110 this time around, how high could it go? 115. Did you guys close any of the short calls yesterday or today? I closed some of them. Like number 94 GM all. What? Jackson's 610? What indicator is that little red-green shaded area with the percentages? What? Oh, it's Monte Carlo simulation, which isn't even supposed to be on that stock, but it's built for SPX, where it fucking crashes all the time. Ooh. Yeah, nice. Returns. That was a good call. I should have bought more of those. If we break above 28, I think the next time might be like 40-ish. Looks like there's some profit taking here, though. That'll be that trend. This is the bull's attempt to push back from yesterday on the VIX expiration. See, this is what I was talking about last night, is vol coming down really hard after VIX expiration. Interestingly, my VX short not doing that great. It's okay, I guess. What's the next upside resistance? The first major upside resistance is 50. So 5800 and 5850. But like locally, there's some resistance here at 30. There's bot puts. We could reject off the bot puts. We could get hung up on them because there's not a ton of volume on the upside here. QQQ is about to push through gamma neutral, which is pretty bullish if it succeeds, right? Tested, failed. Break above like 491.50 would be bullish. IWM's falling, which is probably good for SPX. Market maker pricing about $60 of upside. So, or I'm sorry, $35 of upside. So 60 points, which would put things around like 58.50, which should be in line with kind of the pushback up we expected. Be warned though, as we push up into 50, because that's where the Condor is, we could see short calls accumulate and then like a push back towards 30 or 25. Yesterday morning, this call was $54. That is not bad. Let's do that. Stairway to Clown Town. I think the risk of failing 5800's passed now. So I don't think resistance here is sufficient enough to really present an impediment to a move higher. Although things will get a bit grindier above 35, 30. My favorite Bugs Bunny is when he dresses up as a matador. Nice. Wasn't the Condor 45 sold, 50 bought? So we might end up in a reverse of yesterday if we cross 50. There's other sold positions at 50 besides the Condor though that are quite extensive. But yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like 45 sold, 50 bought. However, the aggregate of that is that like across the longer dated chain is that, both are just heavily sold. So it's just net net sold calls at 45 and 50. Not all of the, not like other people bandwagon on the Condor and then it becomes, just sold calls. So it's not really, with some strikes, it's not really a Condor, it's just short calls. Anytime you get like a decent sized position like that, you get other people that kind of just latch onto it like Lampreys. My bio nano question redacted? I have no idea. Was it? Maybe. I don't know. YouTube blocked it. He used a naughty word. How low can Oxy go? Oil stocks just dumped yesterday. Jesus Christ. This is a decent support right here. I love how everybody was buying it at like 48, and now they're like, and then it went up. And everyone's like, I'm a god oil king. Look at how much money I made. And now we're just right back to the questions of how low can Oxy go? When's Buffett gonna buy it? Oil's volatile. That was me, but I sold at the top. Nice. I put some calls out on it. Not many. Oh, options chain on Oxy sucks. They do genome mapping. What a valuable thing that we totally need right now. So it went above everything went above 100 in 2021. People didn't know where to stuff all the free money. It's a 31-cent stock. And it looks like it absolutely did not run above 100 in 2021. It just reverse split 1 for 10. So it went to $10, or well, $15.69 in 2021. Upstart back to 400 then? No. Unfortunately not. I've been in and out the past few weeks. Macro-wise, do you still think we get a correction? I currently don't expect a correction right now. This is the bull cycle of yields. This is not corrective, right? Yields are going largely up. Yield curves reinverting, right? If that gets fucked up, sure, yeah, we could get a correction. But so far, the data's holding steady. I mean, rates aren't coming down. So none of the actual bullish things people are assigning to this are going to happen because rates are staying elevated and credit's going to stay tight. But the dollar is going up, and that's all that matters, right? Carry trade leverage up, dollar up. There's room for like a small correction, like a pullback, but and would we probably need we probably still need a decent sized pullback. Yesterday didn't really do that much damage to Gamma Max, but we probably need a decent sized pullback to really push Gamma Max higher. I don't know if that'll be corrective though. Maybe like a small correction, like 2 or 3%. And I think that'll carry out until we either get signs of inflation rising rapidly enough that the Fed has to take action, or we see weakness in the labor data, which we were seeing, but NFP turned that around despite being incorrectly calculated. Market crash in an election year? SPX would never. Happens all the time. What's actually ironic about all this fucking FinTwit assholes that are like, oh, election years close higher when they open higher, fucking dick shits, is that all of our major crashes in the last 2 decades have occurred during election years or immediately following an election year. FinTwit in shambles. Oh no, I got stopped out. What the fuck is that? What a stupid candle. Just all the 5420s took profit at the exact same time. They're 5820. Ugh. Where did that fill? I better have at least gotten a decent fill on it. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm alright with that. 10-cent spread. Time and top on the 5820C. Fucking bullshit. Oh my god, none of my trades from yesterday settled either. Gross. Rejected? Yeah, but still bullish, right? Bullish unless it fails 20. I know you're right most of the time, but Michael Burry 69 Bitcoin makes a compelling argument. Don't they know who you are? Who? You guys are the only people who know who I am. I hope you understand that. Here's something that would be cool. Why don't brokers just let you pay a $10 fee to do instant ACH transfers from one account to another? Like, if you're transferring within the brokerage, you should not be subject to settlement times. It's bullshit. Settlement times are absolute bullshit. Yeah, I hate them. I can't even I can't even trade my like my call account right now because all of the cash settled calls, like my 5875s and my 5885s that expired Friday and Monday. Oh, and today. Okay, so that's why those aren't settled. Those aren't closed yet. What do we have to wait till like Wednesday? So I can only sell like 7 calls naked. Well, I could sell spreads, I guess. Ugh, gross. I mean, no, spreads are a really good way of managing risk. You guys should use spreads. Spreads are good stuff. I didn't mean to disparage their shitty returns. Okay, well now I'm really glad I got stopped out of this call. I would not have been happy with this drawdown. Is that just gonna be a straight up rejection off of what I think amounts to a net put position of, hold on, 251 puts, murdered the entire bull push. And 81 on the 0 DTE. That's got to be fucking awkward. We still have like slightly, yeah, no, gamma's slightly negative here. That's bad. Losing 20 is bad. Bear time. That's a bear time thing. So now bulls. Okay, I think I know what's gonna happen today. Now bulls are gonna sell more puts. And they're gonna sell them at 58.05, I think. And then we're going to push up. Bears are going to sell more calls. And then we're going to go down. Bulls are going to sell more puts. Can we squeeze them? Not unless we lose 5,800. Right now, there's not a lot of sold puts to the downside. Oh god, we're right in the middle of the cup. Right in the saddle. No, I hope I at least made money on the only price action that's going to happen today. I would like the put side of my straddle from yesterday to print, though. So a drop to 75 would be very nice. I'm not doubting the bulls. I'm just doubting all of the structure of the positioning. Like right now, it looks like we could trade down to 5,800, possibly back up to 30. So we have like a $30 range, but that's going to get tighter as more and more options are sold. I think they're going to wait for spot 5805s. Spot reach 5805s to sell them though. Oh, till it tests it, or we're like $10 away. Why not? Yeah, we're going down right now. Or at least that's where momentum's taking us. There's a tiny bit of support here at 15, but not very much. They could start shorting vol here, but it would be risky. And then if they sell vol too high on the pullback, they actually do risk getting squeezed. Like waiting for a pullback to 5805 would be a far better time to sell vol. But not everybody's aligned, right? So mistakes get made. Anything interesting in GoEV? No. It looked like it was starting to get a little bit more bullish. Yeah, it kind of is. Might be turning around for a bit of a bounce over the next, I don't know, like 45 days. It's probably just the effect of earnings. And vol's picking up, and since it's so close to the sold calls at $1, it's probably the rise in vol is probably just pressuring them. I don't think it really has a lot to do with anything else. It's definitely not like fundamental based, right? I mean, the fucking company doesn't do anything. But I would say for now it appears to have found support. A break above 108 would be kind of bullish. But what are you gonna do with it, right? Like you just, I mean, the whole thing with GoEV is just selling obscenely priced CSPs and then closing them when the stock goes up for like one day. You get on the Oakla? No, probably not. How long have you been here, man? You know perfectly well I don't chase shit stocks from Wall Street bets. Overpaying for options to get rug pulled by morons who don't hold through major resistances is not my idea of a good time. Yeah, like GME. I mean, I still sell vol on GME if it runs, but other than that, I don't really do anything with it. I don't own it anymore, right? I got so tired of the swings. That shit's depressing. It was like fucking with my mental health. Even making money on them, like when you sell in the money covered calls and then the stock drops $5 below the in the money covered call you sold, Your swings must have been insane. Yeah. Yeah, there were days where you guys were bitching about being like down $1,000 where I was down like a cool mil. It was not fun. Did you end up keeping a couple thousand GME shares after? No. Did you feel alive? Well, like, not in a good way, though. And then Cohen just kept doing one stupid fucking thing after another, which he continues to do, right? So I just didn't want any part of it, right? But like, I sat down one night and I was just like, any other fucking stock, and I would have been out. And I was like, all right, next time it tests GM, I'm dumping it, and that's what I did. I had like 30 something thousand shares on Freg's Day. Grim too. All right. It doesn't build character. Is Cohen actively fucking with the stock, or is he just a clueless dipshit? He's shaking off the shorts. I mean, he is, actually. But in a way that people don't like. Right. Which is fine. I mean, that's what you have to do to establish positive liquidity in your equity, right? But that's how you do it. That's how you get rid of shorts. Nobody's gonna short a fucking stock for it to go down 15 cents, at least not in size. So initially I dumped all but like 10,000 shares that I got assigned on a like $15 CSP, and then I dumped those too. Have you seen RC's Twitter profile? I'd short it just off that. Yeah. Is cash on hand a positive for GME? No. And I think too many people on SS are really hung up on the idea that they have cash. Cash means nothing, right? Companies are valued off of forward expectations. There's a million companies sitting around with just big piles of cash, but they don't have any growth. They don't have any prospects. There's nothing like exciting about them to raise their forward valuations, right? So they just stagnate. They're called value traps frequently. Apple is a value trap, despite its price improvement due to it being one of the only 7 companies people are willing to invest in. There's no additional value being gained there, right? It's just they have a lot of money. Um, and that wasn't always true. Apple grew at a tremendous pace for a very, very long period of time. But GME is not projecting any of that growth. They're not, informing shareholders. They're not informing the market that they have any potential. And so, the value of their cash on hand is irrelevant if they're not going to grow that, right? This is a market where speculation is based on growth, and that growth determines forward valuations. Those forward valuations determine multiples. So if you want Jimmy to trade at a multiple, which would be the price higher than it currently is to its, and it's already trading at an insane multiple actually. But if you wanted to trade at a multiple higher than its current one, they would need to do something, right? Otherwise, they're just worth the value of their cash, and that's liquidation value. I think GM on GM is like 24 or 50 right now. Oh my fucking god, dude. What? What the fuck is MNSTR? Is that MSTR or Monster? You've combined both tickers. Monster's kicking ass right now. Yeah, Monster's doing really well. How do I go long move? Short bonds? I think vol would be higher with move, just straight up. Well, move is bond volatility, which is insane. Um, not 30-day SPX volatility. I do still have puts on Upstart. I bought them yesterday. I've got a ton of theta. Well, I have till Jan, which is a decent. It's enough. It's enough theta, I think. I'm also $3 in the money. Who the fuck has long moves? I don't want to know. Ugh. How dare you, rug pull hippopotamus? You don't have to correct yourself. To us, a ton of theta is 5 days. You guys. Hmm. IWM push-up is annoying. Are you trying to short it? It's pretty bullish above 25. In fact, it's kind of bullish above 20. It broke GM the other day to the upside. It's usually not a great time to short it. was hoping for a rejection at 225. So you cut it when it broke 225, right? SPX to break down below 15 now or bounce. How would you feel about chop right here for the rest of the day? Unfortunately, I'm not kidding. I mean, there's going to be some put sellers that come in at 15. They're going to take a chance that they get squeezed out. If they get squeezed out, we could test 5,800, 5,805, right? And then we get the bigger put sellers. And then, you know, upside resistance at 25.30. We're in the middle of the cup. The terrible, terrible cup. End of day pumps are not relative to intraday price action, right? Cup terrible, box bad. Because gamma's kind of structured like this, right? Well, hold on. I need to shrink this. Gamma's structured like this. And we're right in the middle of that. So moves up, we're going to push down. Moves down, we're going to push up. It's not too different. The bigger problem with it is instead of it being really linear like the box, right, where you go up and then you reject, you go down, then you go up. This can be prone to like small moves up and like widening, which are really hard to trade as gamma or worse, you know, price action starts off wide and narrows as more and more options are sold and the steepness of the gamma to the up and down side increases. So far it looks like that, which I know you warned about. It's hard to warn about it though, because gamma in the middle is flat, right? And if you pick up some momentum, then things can happen. It's just really hard to pick up any of that momentum. I'm not going to tell you what narrative is best to prefer. I mean, both outcomes are equally, like, literally equally plausible. So if TSMC misses tomorrow to Jensen Lai, I think the expectation is that TSMC will beat. So sure, yeah. A little bit. ASML, I don't think ASML makes any of NVIDIA's chips, so ASML missing wouldn't have any bearing on TSMC. Or at least as far as like AI chips are concerned. Goldman Sachs having a nice earnings. Sorry, Morgan Stanley. All the financial stocks are running like crazy right now. Like that sector is just fucking overperforming so hard this week. And last, right? I guess this whole month now. I think JPM's up like 8%. Bank of America's up 10 or something. Schwab, yeah. Yes, Poopy. You already know the answer. Have they announced a divvy bump and higher share buybacks yet? Not yet. Well, I think buyback flows are a little heavier. Have you seen the creative name Apple gave their AI? Isn't it Apple Intelligence? Which is AI. Yeah, I know. I know. It's fucking stupid. Why is it that you're the only one that gets me? Everyone I work with is are morons. I don't know. You work in finance. What do you expect? Gherkin, please lie and tell me my puts will print. Are they at 58.20 or 30? Hmm. Tell me my calls will come back to green. Sure. I mean, both could be true. or neither. Yeah, that's the kind of day this is. I wish it wasn't, but it's it's already shaping up to be a big old wet bag of shit. You don't think a bad earnings season could get this bear party started? I mean, if leverage stays higher and earnings aren't sufficiently bad, like we're probably going to see some moderate losses in revenue, but I don't know if they'll be bad enough. That's the problem. AMD calls here for short-term rebounds. AMD's pretty close to support. If it fails this, though, it's going to dump really hard. It's kind of a risky entry. Can't say I'm a huge fan of it. If ES slips VWAP, we could fail here. Yeah. Maybe. Any chance for AVGO to be back in the butterfly by end of week? You didn't close that? Yeah, it could. I don't remember where it was. Initially, I would say that you've overheld. But it looks like it's found a little bit of support around like 75. I guess it could bounce back. Not great though. Definitely should have taken profits on that when it was like right in the middle of the butterfly. I overhaul my calls, but let's go rescue them. You might get a chance at that. Can Oxy dump under 50 again? Possibly. I've been out of the loop on this, but anything you can share on the Gamma Strike public release. So yeah, we're redoing the front end, and then we are implementing live data, and we have a few more analysis tools that we need to build out and add, and then we will probably set a date for launch. So right now, no firm date. Yeah, it's just, I mean, we don't have a big team, right? We're progressing. Like we have a live data stream now, right? That is, you know, functional and displays data. So that's a big step. I subscribed to Gamma Strike and my flaccid length went up by 2 inches. Popcorn Trader. That's the testimonial that's going on the landing page. Feel free to quote me using my actual name, John Jacob Jingleheimer. I'll be sure to do that. That's my name too. Fuck you guys. I found this stream by searching girth in it. Excellent. Back down? Sure. Yeah. I mean, we could fill that gap at 27 still. It's Schmidt. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. At AMD on that break of VWAP with a profitable stop, looking for a test of 158.71, thinking they might pump more chips into TSMC. Okay. That seems reasonable. Where does the curving gamma come in above 35? No. Well, it starts to steepen really rapidly at 35. But like above 30, below 10. It's about a $20 range. You can probably so remember how I said this kind of usually leads to consolidating price action? Probably just watch that, right? Yeah, that works. Oh. Stuck in the box. Yeah, it's boring. Getting a lot of this right now. Miss you from yesterday. It's understandable. Oh, interesting. Mm. They at least push the edge of the box. That would be more fun. Reasonable. Probably not. Maybe. 30. 30's not out of the question. Are you gonna get a panino for lunch? No. God damn it. If anything, will SPX make a small move down for the rest of this week? I was looking at the meatball. I mean, the meatball is in a range where it could really go up or down, and pretty violently either way. If we were to fall further and actually accumulate some negative gamma, then yeah, but we haven't yet. And today's little bounce back puts us kind of right in the middle. What Carvana down when no ups more? I could look at Carvana. I didn't look at it last night, so let's see what's changed. Okay. Carvana's starting to find a little bit of resistance, and the money delta is starting to fall off. The biggest problem I have is it still has like some room to bounce back to 20. But GN has moved up to 180. I would short it on a failure of GN. The vol squeeze is starting to fall off. And Vega's normalizing a little bit. And pulling, you know, back down pretty substantially. It went from 170 to 140 over the last like week and a half. So I would say it's getting there. It's not there yet, and it could still test 200. But a bigger move down to like 165 ish is starting to open up. I think they have earnings soon too, right? So that's the big risk there. Is earnings is Wednesday. Stop buying puts before earnings when they're at their most expensive, Poopy. You silly boy. Or popcorn, sorry. But both of you. You're both shorting it. I'm not shorting it. I said it's gonna keep going up till earnings. Oh, okay. Wait, you were shorting it though. What happened? Did you quit? You're a quitter. Contract value down, yeah. Yeah, I have no intention of shorting it before earnings. No, bulls aren't really building a ramp. Everything looks really boring. What they are doing is both of them are doing exactly what I said they were going to do, which is they're slowly accumulating piles of short puts and short calls closer and closer to spot. So butterfly is at 58.15, somewhere between 15 and 30. Probably. We had $4 today. That's fucking awesome, man. Come and get some. Now I am hungry. God damn it. Why'd you have to bring up the panino, Jeff? Is mayonnaise a good hair moisturizer? Since this is a beauty channel, it's just oil, right? I feel like oil's probably good at that. You're gonna use avocado mayonnaise? Do you think this consolidation is overall bullish to push back up in the coming days? Um, maybe tomorrow. It depends on how long they keep trying to crush realized vol for. Maybe a while. Maybe end of day today, going into retail, but right now, not very fun. Retail sales is Thursday, so tomorrow morning. If retail sales miss, could we actually go down? Yeah, it could do some damage. Depends on how hard they miss. But a lot of the soft landing narrative is focused on retail being fine, right? And continuing to spend at a higher rate despite the decline in consumer credit that we've already seen. Um, but retail sales could end up, being like a verification of that, right? Gap filled. Yeah, that's exciting stuff. 2 downside gaps, 3 downside gaps. I thought it was the Container Store. Is it Crate and Barrel? What the fuck? It's the Container Store? Oh, okay. That makes more sense. They're like 2 wildly unsuccessful businesses getting together to be even more unsuccessful. Based on options positioning, does it look like Meta will rise into their October 30 earnings, stay flat, or go down? Meta's kind of run the entirety of its chain already, or at least the bullish positioning on it. Unless something changed since the weekend. And Gamma Max on Meta's at 609. There's options interest up to 600. Above that, not very much. Hmm. T. God damn it. Why is this so gap? There's just nothing fun going on. Everything was all good for a pump until QQQ said no. No, it wasn't. Nothing's been good for a pump. It's the whole day, like the opening one, but the whole day's just shitty. Stop trying. Why is everyone trying to trade this? It's negative gamma from 58.20 to 30. And then positive gamma from 15 to 5. So chances are we just sit in the middle of all that, right? The gamma at spot literally looks like this. Oh, that's right. I can show it to you. Maybe? Yes, I can. I'm not trying to trade this so much as trying to exit trades I made earlier this morning. Oh, gross. No, the right side's gamma, the left side is volume. But you see, like, where all the sold, like, I'll figure out the spacing on this. See all the sold calls? And then down here you got the bought puts, or sold puts. That's what's kind of keeping us in between those. Black who's why are you paying attention to BlackBerry? Call put volume. stupid. Are you guys just begging the market? Yes. Gross. BlackBerry halted. Bankruptcy incoming. That sounds more likely than not. Another lower high dump test. Are you looking at the chart? We're not going anywhere. Maybe end of day. Just use funds from a checking account sign-up bonus at my local bank to put puts on regional banks. Irony. Excellent. I don't know if it's ironic, but it's funny. Yeah, it's ironic. Hmm. Would you be so kind as to check a gamma max on UAL? Yeah, sure. 6210. Hopefully I just bought the bottom in oil again. I love how oil is now a meme stock. Oil's the OG meme stock. That's not a new development. That's been going on forever. Yeah, I don't think an options chain as thin as UAL is gonna be all that affected by its gamma max. Delta's starting to build up on it, but not very much. And I'm sure its gamma max has moved up closer to spot. Let's hear a dumb bull. 58.60 are super cheap right now. Yeah. Not with theta. They're they're not. But I hear you. Thoughts on selling the 60? What, like zero DTE? Probably doesn't carry a ton of risk as long as we're below 30. above above like 32 though, I would be a little more cautious with it. 32, 33. we get over 33, could we get to 60? Well, we could push up to 50. And then end of day, if we were at 50, then yeah. Some crazy shit could happen. Ow. Hmm. Yeah, it's very choppy. Yep, I know. It's fucking boring. Bears protecting 5830? No, not really. Just a big wall of positive gamma to climb. Ow. I know how much you love sports. Are you excited of the possibility of a Subway World Series, Mets versus Yankees? Oh God, when's that? So I know when to stay inside for a week. Actually, you know what? Maybe we finally reached a day and age where people just don't give a shit. That'd be cool. Hopefully never. Yeah. Is the market still there? It's not going anywhere, Wabi. How you been, man? You out of the doghouse yet? Last time this happened, Roger Clemens threw a sawed-off bat at Mike Piazza. I hate baseball. It's moderately tempting. Bowser. Kirk the Grouch? How am I being a grouch? I don't like baseball. It's the most boring fucking sport. Besides soccer and football and hockey. At least in hockey they fight each other. That's kind of at least mildly entertaining. Is uranium going up because of the Microsoft deal now? It might have like some effect. This box looks like a triangle. It is. It sounds like anecdata. 1-1 on end of day straddle. What's wrong with the end of day straddle? I was wondering if you were leaning call or put, so I can consider ghosting, but then get scared. I have some sold calls at like 58.90 from yesterday. VIX is doing that thing you said they were trying to do. You mean get it under 20? Any calls need rescuing? No. I warned you guys today was going to be shitty. Shocker. Oh yeah? Well, I made $20 on a spread. Selling options isn't terrible today, but you risk getting blown up at end of day. Oh, I hate this shit. another half an hour. We stay inside this. I'm gonna shave my thing on the company dime. So boring. Today's really not fun. It's not a fun day to trade. I I I tried to tell you guys. ECB rate decision tomorrow. Yeah. Also retail sales tomorrow. So tomorrow is like the data day, right? Today is just fucking realized vol crush. Terrible. Terrible shit. Is this the Dorito of Doom? No. Okay, we're about to test the positive gamma to the upside. Supportive? Not really. Boring. Is it chopping right where you suspected it would, isn't it? Yeah. Unfortunately, it is. Breakout might fail, but if it breaks above 28, picks up a little steam. Oh, look at that. Where's the clamma concentration today? What a terrible word. You don't need to trademark it. Nobody wants it. What should I eat for lunch? Cheese sandwich? That's what you've got? Grab some Sizzler. Soup, it's chilly. You know, it is a little chilly out today. Oh no, this morning. It was, what the fuck is chili soup? A chili is not a soup. It's a stew. Depends where you get it, unfortunately. The cubed rule of food says it's a salad. Alright, that's... Okay, I'll agree with that. gonna get rejected here? Chili Mac Soup is a product sold under the Campbell's Chunky brand. Ugh. How dare you? None of this food looks even fucking remotely edible. Hmm. Well, that was an exciting breakout. Important prices cool. Mortgage rates heat up. So I guess having a place to live is no longer important. No. Never has been, to be honest. McDonald's has a Big Mac with chicken instead of hamburger. That's fucking disgusting. Okay. I'm not eating that shit. You can go up to your roof and collect some puddle water and call it pho. Yeah, as a matter of fact. Let's chuck some bean sprouts in there. They don't have Golden Corral in the city, right? No, no way. Should we get a dump? Uh, we can pull back a little bit more. To like 20. Maybe fill the downside gap? Probably not. That would be an actual breakdown. I think we're getting slightly more sold puts than calls, which is bullish, but in the shittiest possible way. Ugh. Chimichurri chicken? Ew. Oh, maybe I'll have Mediterranean food. That looks kind of good. Let's get a metric fuck ton of falafel. What's this place? Hmm. Maybe just get tikka masala, some yummy garlic naan. That doesn't sound very good at all. fucking creamy and heavy. Do I really want Greek food, or am I just trying to score some baklava? Maybe I am. Sushi? All the good sushi places are still closed. None of those places are open for lunch. I could get dim sum. Fried fish from North Jersey, tonkatsu curry. Hmm. That actually doesn't sound bad. That sounds good. Ramen with bean sprouts. So many places won't give you bean sprouts anymore. They're like shitty about it. Think of all the on-stream noodle noises. There's a ramen place that's by me that's pretty fucking good that I could get some shit from. I don't know if I'm really in the mood to have a giant salty ass bowl of ramen right now. Maybe I'm just being a bitch, and there is no right mood for that. You just eat it. What about Brooklyn's Brine Pickles? Yeah. Is there anything interesting about the repeated overnight pump and dumps on AQN? Seems odd. I don't think so. At least if there is, I don't find it that interesting. Quirk, my wife keeps talking about her friend and all the cool jewelry he gave her. She says they're all pearl necklaces. I haven't seen any jewelry in her collection though. Do you think she's selling them to the Cash America? Oh, sweet tenderized loins. I don't know how to break this to you, man, but nobody tell him. I'm not being. How am I being a grouch? Is this officially a breakout on SPX with 58.45 the next resistance? No, 30 still resistance. This is a grind up green day. Kind of. I mean, just because slightly more puts are being sold. But to be fair, there have been more downside tests for puts to be sold on than there have been upside tests for calls to be sold on. So as we push up, that might just shift and we'll get more sold calls. Like we're starting to get more sold calls at 35 already. There's a bit of bot calls at 35, but there's still long puts there. So I've been seeing some guy's wife on the side, and she said she keeps telling him what we're doing, but he doesn't care. uh. Nice. Mini dump it. Doesn't even seem like that exciting. Yeah, I guess I could pull back to 58.20. Sold puts are starting to move up a little bit. We're getting some sold at like 15 and 10 now. There's still bot puts above spot here though, which we may struggle with again. Bearish wedge. I mean, it's just starting to turn into like a slight uptrend, but like a shitty one. Eternity in this chop. I mean, yeah, that's just today though, right? Like, I mean, tomorrow should be more fun. Pushing a little bit of a breakout there. What's NQ doing? Not on the daily. NQ's kind of pushing up a little bit. It broke out of its consolidation slightly. Tomorrow we have retail sales, which is at least moderately exciting. We also have the ECB rate decision in the morning, which could have some impact on the dollar. Probably not a huge impact, but some. Be hard to table any. Short XRT looks like it's at a rejection point on the daily. Hmm. Why the fuck are we not pulling data on XRT? Gotta be shitting me. Win 58.50. If we break 35. Studying for the CFP. Currently on options contract. Did you know puts same as shares? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Thanks for reminding me though. I appreciate that. 50 to 50 is kind of tough. Yeah, XRT might be a short. Probably not yet, but it's getting close. Close to the prior high, but it might move up more. I mean, obviously, retail sales is going to have a huge impact there, right? So shorting it prior to retail sales seems like it could be a big mistake. Even though consumer credit was down, retail sales could still be up. Should be extremely awkward. Okay, so this is breaking up a little bit. Maybe we get a 35 test. Ooh. I really want Greek food. Avra? I've been there. Bathe me in Tirakefteri? That sounds so good. I'm doing a virtual review with an educator, and they don't appreciate my humor like you do. Like, why did the derivative go to therapy? Because it had too many underlying issues. Oh my god, you suck. Euros are wonderful. Yeah, a euro would be good. But I don't want that fucking shawarma shit meat that places use, right? I want like grilled pork or chicken. Or lamb. I could do lamb. Slovakia, yeah. Or the little like keftedes. Keftedes. Like the fucking meatballs or whatever they are. They're just meatballs. I don't care what shape they're in. Yeah. Bifteki? Do, do, do. That is an awkward number of those. Short calls, dangerous. Too dangerous. Unless you're gonna sell them like out at like 50 or something, 45, 50. At which rate they're not really worth it. Remember how those 5260 were very cheap? They're not as cheap now. 5860s? They haven't priced up that much. We just have the 0 DTE ones. Golden Macro Trader warns things are in a worse place than many recognize. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, look, I fucking missed absolutely nothing. Why did I come back? It's like I hate myself. This is fucking terrible. Yes, it's the best. Oh. Oh, Tucker and Dale versus Evil. That's funny. It's not really a horror movie. Just do the end of day recap and end this misery. 25 flies for the win. Could be. This is pretty awful. Oh, that contract I bought earlier got a new high. Yeah. It's pretty terrible. I didn't go for the shawarma. Go EV mooning? Oh, it looked bullish earlier. Oh, nice. It's over $1. I can close my CSPs. Fuck yeah. No, I got souvlakia, and then I got a bunch of dips to eat later, like hummus and churro cafeteria. Some tzatziki. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah. Was this a Persian smorgasbord? I just got back from shaving my thing. Nothing's changed. Man, that's gonna get itchy as fuck in a couple of days. You better exfoliate. My big thing is I want to try trading without theta. You mean shares? Like like trading shares? Yeah, guess so. Trader futures have overnight margin requirements to hold them overnight. Are you going to meet those margin requirements? Because they can be quite high depending on your broker. I can meet them. I'm not poor. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, futures can be fun. Hmm. You guys make it painfully obvious my services are needed. It's getting bad. Shaved once and then drove from Washington to LA the next day. It didn't go well. Sounds fucking terrible. This looks like the entire market wants to go up, but it can't. I wouldn't say that it wants to, like, nothing's really positioned super bullishly here. We're just at resistance, and it's a pretty strong one. But well supported to the downside, as long as it can hold on to 30. Oh. It briefly got VIX under 20. Yeah, briefly. When does my food get here? I'm gonna eat this shit. Holy shit, that is not close. SPX gaps below. Yeah, there's one at about every significant strike. I don't think they'll probably fill, but they're there. No, fill in Big Red Twizzler. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that could be fun. Hmm. What would we have to lose for that to happen? $20. So yeah, it'd be like distribute out on a breakdown. Yeah, that's not impossible. There's not a lot of support to the downside. But Gamma's starting to kind of even out between like 20 and 30. 25, 30. Or I'm sorry, 30, 35, rather. So we might be getting like a little bit of a not a ramp, but maybe just an attempt at pushing things a little higher. Yeah. It'd be funny if Fubo did a GME squeeze and multiple people got Pontiff. I don't know if anybody has enough exposure to Fubo that if it's squeezed, everybody would get Pontiff. Atomic won't. He's got to pay off his house. Shit was fucking expensive. Depends how high it goes. I only have like 10K shares. Not bad. I only have like 20. 22? It's not very much. I still don't understand how the conglomerate hasn't paid a premium to buy them out. How much is Pontiff again? I don't remember. It's like money. 250,000? Yeah. It's just 250,000 once. It comes with a lifetime of pigeon whale. Is anyone in the pickle jar richer than you? Just like two guys that might be. Three. Torque, J Fresh, and Carl. Does AJ have more money? He must, right? The 250,000 for Pontiff is a one-time. It's a one-time deal. Do you throw in a GS sub? Sure. Make NQ green again. No, I'm not doing that today. Speaking of Carl, where's he been? He has like a baby and a job. And he's around pretty much all the time. Despite those things. If you look SMR, there are a lot of puts hanging out to dry at 1025. They're gone now. With a line of calls near the stock price, did it squeeze? Time for in the money puts. I could take a look at it. What was it? SMR? Yeah, squeezed a little. Might be. Pretty close to the gamma from the prior high. Gamma's super blown out. I would say that in the event of something like that, usually the it's got some call interest, 14, 15, 16 to the upside. Those puts are probably sold. Charm's pretty supportive. Most of the delta on the chains and the money. This doesn't look that bad. Like I don't know. I think I feel like it's blown out, but I'm not seeing a lot of accumulation of sold calls to the upside, which is kind of concerning. Bulls hit a certain milestone. Does Gamma flatten out? I think the question you're asking is what strike does Gamma flatten out at? But I'm not entirely sure that's what you're asking. I mean, Gamma's kind of flat-ish to the downside. Those leverage short ETFs and Rickshare present the opportunities. Maybe long vol. Which ones? I don't know which ones are on there. Is it like Nvidia and shit? Or I haven't looked. NVD, SFCX, NVDD, NVD. Oh, okay. Probably like short vol on like the leverage mega caps, but you need a lot of theta. I think bulls that have one more test of GM in them if retail sales is bullish. Yeah, I definitely think they could pull that off. Why so much rejection? Because it's resistance. There's a slight increase in short put interest to the upside. 20 is more supportive than it was, but not a lot. And people might just be going long VIX after VIX expiration, right? Like they're just moving back into long vol positions that fell off and repositioning. Are we not going to just hit the brakes here at the top of that huge condor while dealer sells off futures and slows us down? I mean, yes, if we can even get to the top of it, right? Like the downside's still slippery. Hmm. People failed the test at 168. Oh man, this looks so fucking boring. Core's turning around a bit. That should probably be noted. So we could still see a breakout in NQ, maybe. Gamma neutral on QQQ is 491. Some of the positive gamma to the upside's trimming. That could be bullish. Why is Carvana not at 11? Because it's an overvalued piece of shit, and BlackRock wants to get their warrants. I don't know. I never looked it up. It's like too much work. I don't care. I'll just short it when it gets under gamma neutral. Probably start selling vol on it now, soonish. I'd rather sell it closer to 200, but oh, let's see. So they still have like 8 to 11 months where they don't have to pay cash on interest on their debt. So it's just payment in kind, which is probably allowing the market cap to expand. Interest out of cash flows after that is 9%. We also have a bridge loan from Apollo. Hmm. Is Carvana already operationally bankrupt? That's insane. $0.4 billion. Cash outflow of $10.49 a share. So losing $5,804 for each vehicle sold in 2021. Total equity 708 million. I need to look into their tranches. I don't know. Can't find any. Oh, here we go. God damn it. That's interesting. You know what's gonna fucking rip? Huh. More likely 20 or 50 at this point. Big 720 again. Barely. Oh. Jesus Christ, this thing's like a Ponzi scheme. straight operational leverage. Okay, so this is what they're doing. Sequential basis, quarter two net income margin decreased by 0.2%. Adjusted EBITDA margin increased by 2.7%. Sequential decrease in net income margin was driven by changes in the fair value of our warrants to acquire common stock, positively impacting net income margin in quarter one, negatively 2. G&A expenses totaled $1,696 per retail unit. So they're still losing $1,600 per car they sell. Realized been on warrants. So they have one tranche at 981 million, notes due December 2028. 12% payment in kind, interest in year one, 12% cash PIK toggle year two, 9% cash interest thereafter, callable after 1 year at 104.5%, 2 years at 102.25, and 3 years at par. Then in their second tranche, they have 1.47 billion in the June 2030, 13% pick in year one, 13% cash pick toggle year two, 9% cash interest thereafter, callable at 104, 103, and 101.5%, 5 years at par. And then a third tranche of 1.741 billion, notes due June 2031. 14% payment in kind in years 1 and 2, 9% cash interest thereafter. So they're trying to boost positive equity by leveraging their debt. Oh, they're gonna just like fucking rug pull everybody. Okay, this is where things get interesting. Carvana invested approximately 126 million in Root in a convertible preferred security, convertible at $9 a share into approximately 14 million Class A shares. Our ownership interest of approximately 5% on a fully diluted basis as of today. I need to look more into this relationship, but there's something to it. I think they're leveraging their warrant equity en route to. Hmm. That's a bold claim. They're in a vicious cycle of DCAing overpriced used cars. I mean, they're in a vicious cycle of losing money on every sale of used cars. But the thing is if they can leverage up their available equity, right, in both Carvana and Root before the payment in kind rolls over on their debt, then they can issue fuck tons of stock at $200 a share and pay down their debt. I mean, the share price will plummet, but I mean, it's not really above board practice, right? Because you're leveraging up shareholder equity, which is kind of like a Ponzi scheme. Everyone's gonna be so mad. Classic Ponzi, yeah. I mean, it's not even. How are they not under like SEC investigation? They must be. There's got to be active investigations. I'm now required to check my clients list before I can purchase any stocks. This is blasphemous. We will never audit the SPX. Someone should. Oh shit, my food's only 3 minutes away. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna look at and see if the SEC has any investigations into Root or into SEC Carvana. Because this is so like stereotypical. It's like the management of Carvana looked up Ponzi scheme and they were like, let's do this. There's an ongoing investigation into Carvana for alleged false and misleading statements made by the company and its officers and directors. Oh, okay. But they own all the used car inventory, and we can't have that liquidated because people will lose money. Car Gurus, AutoNation, and Carvana all have indices. We received mandatory requests from the SEC requesting information about related party disclosure and accounting policies. Carousel Capital. My name is Sonda Nagani. I'm Chief Investment Officer at Carousel Capital Management. Writing to bring your attention to concerns I've involving your client, Carvana Company, publicly listed online used vehicle retailer based in Tempe, Arizona. I believe these issues deserve immediate attention and grant. Thornton LLP, as well as Securities and Exchange Commission. Please examine the contents of this letter to ensure that the company does not use unusual accounting conventions to inflate reported GAAP metrics, mislead investors, and damage the integrity of the public markets. In our opinion, Carvana has utilized aggressive and questionable accounting to bolster revenue and gross profit metrics. In this letter, we discuss gain on loan sales enabled by Carvana's relationship with DriveTime Automotive Group, efforts to inflate gross profit margin by reclassifying outbound logistics expenses and post-sale limited warranty expenses in SG&A rather than cost of sales. Carvana estimated the exclusion of limited warranty expenses represents $350 per retail unit. Company stated it was unable to quantify the impact of outbound logistics on a comparable basis. We estimate that the figure could be $75 to $100 per retail unit. Taken together, these differences represent 16% of reported GAAP retail gross profits in Q4. On an annual basis, 450 in retail GPU works out to be north of 140 million in costs that are questionably booked below the gross profit line. While disclosure of these definitional differences is laudable, it raises certain questions. Huh. Oh, did we break out? Nice. Yeah, we could go to 50. 50? Yeah, 50. Yeah, I gotta... It looks like they're sitting on a bunch of warrants en route. Long route, short Carvana? They can withhold investment. I mean, there's open demands for information from Carvana, which Carvana has to put in their quarterly report. I mean, no, he's not wrong to short it. I've shorted Carvana plenty of times. Their debt is like their debt to equity ratio is ridiculous. Um, but understanding the way that they're leveraging up their equity is kind of important because the stock price itself could keep going up. Carvana's going to 250, then 18, very, very quick. It would probably be like a 30% breakdown in price, and then things would just spiral from there. I don't know if it'd be just a straight line down, though. It's a bit wishful. Nice. Maybe I don't need wish flow when I have you. It's just science. Um, Still kind of dangerous to short it though. I mean, it just is. But I kind of want to. I'm more interested in the root side of things. That looks potentially very interesting. Ugh. Hold on 1 second. Ooh. 49.61. What? Hmm. That is not fully cooked. No, gamma becomes resistive to the upside. Hmm. Time to sell some 50, 55 bear spreads? Maybe. I'd be careful of the sold calls at 50 going in the money. Because that's gonna... Otherwise, your boy is down 10k. Oh, popcorn. Really did start shorting it quite early. Sold calls at 50 are picking up a little bit. That's on at the money Jan puts on BAC. Jan? Jan might not be enough time. Also have enough juice to squeeze sold calls into the end of the day. I mean, it's getting rejected right now, so I don't know. Maybe. That was the, I mean, that was the test. What are you holding on to at this point for? Jan 2026, 15 Ps. Okay. Back down to 35. No, not necessarily. We could fill that downside gap. Yeah, I guess we could. We could fall back a little bit. There's not a ton of sold call volume on this, though. All right, hold on. How's the Persian food? It's a long story. Fine. It's not Persian food. It's Greek. Other Persian food would be good. That was one of the several downside gaps. Oh shit, I need to close my 58.25s. Fuck. I know, I'm just putting a stop on him. I'm not going to take a drawdown on him again if we don't move up. Is this as high as bulls can go? No. But I don't know if they're going to get it much higher in the intraday. Oh, AJ has a dead call at 50? So that was the top. He's also an MU, so maybe take profits. Market's undoing yesterday's boo-boo. Yep. A little bit. Hmm. Ball's coming down a bit harder. Upside repositioning. There's only one chart line that shows gaps. That's not true. There's what the fuck are they called? Range? No, not range. Bars. Bars show gaps, and candles, standard candlesticks show gaps. Bull's ready to push again. We could move a bit higher, but it will be difficult. There's big resistance here. Like 40, 45, 50 is kind of flat, but above 50 is tricky. Now up from here becomes more resistive. Not less. So then full port puts? Why do you guys think that the market... This is where you guys have been losing money lately. You have this like pervasive idea that because the market has gone one direction, it then immediately needs to go really hard the other direction. Do all of your guys' options trades look like this? Oh, market went up, stopped going up. I'm going to bet that it goes back down here. And then the market just does this. Stop fucking doing that. Don't want to talk about it. Jesus Christ. Don't dox me, man. It's my favorite trade. It's just ridiculous, though. Like, we just tested a new high for the intraday. And everyone's trying to short the fucking price back down here. We haven't even broken the trend yet. Like, confirm something, right? Like, confirm the trend breakdown. Confirm support. Then if you get a continuation, short down there. It's like you guys are trying to buy the cheapest options available on the chain because that's how much money you have, not because it's a good option. Cost efficient. Now he's mocking us fours. I'm trying to save you guys money. What do you think? One more test? How about just chop here for the rest of the day? Just fucking flatten to close. Somewhere in a $10 range. How are you going to go long an option on that? I don't like that. It doesn't sound fun. None of today has been fun. We bled up on slightly increasing short put volume for fucking 4 hours before getting a $9 breakout. Just go back to bed or something. This is terrible. Why would you actively want to trade any of this dog shit? We have families to feed. So do your jobs. I've been holding the same fucking calls all day for them to barely double in value. 1 second. The delivery driver forgot my baklava. I didn't even notice. No, he came back. Came back and gave it to me. What a dude. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I wouldn't have known. I would have completely forgot about it. You're welcome. Have you guys stopped liking the stream again? Like the fucking stream. Liked, but I unsubbed. Interesting. No, I'm not hangry at all. Dixie's doing a thing today. So's gold. Ooh, gold's almost at 2,700. The real question is, where's the bull trap? Here or 5,900? Hmm. Currently, there's nothing at 5,900. And the trend we're in is bearish. Yesterday did quite a bit of damage to the options chain. That's why we have those puts. Why didn't you close them yesterday? When they went deep, deep, deep in the money. You guys really got to trade like what's happening and not what you think is going to happen. Gamma Max is fake. You're just saying that because you don't have access to it. I assume because you blew up all of your investment money buying puts at 5,700. Despite me being like, don't do that. That's terrible. False? I'm doing better than ever. No, I'm not. I'm poor. I can tell because you're no longer a pigeon whale. Now you reek of mediocrity. Wings torn asunder. Gross. Yeah. How did you know the name of my cologne? Hmm. I liked from 2 devices. These numbers are trash. I know. I think this is the first time I've looked in like 3 months, but I'm extraordinarily disappointed. Might shows you have 4 likes. It's like 190. Thanks, popcorn. But otherwise just sell GOE v November $1 puts at the election turmoil and geopolitical instability. Why do you want to sell them now after it's gone above $1 instead of selling them before when it was under $1? They haven't really changed in price. Yes, they have. A bit. Oh, that's because it's back under $1. Hmm. That's too long. That's too short. Hmm. Hmm. So 30 days, 23% yields, or 90 days, 38% yield. 90 days might be too long. Hmm. How high can bulls pump this into close? Looks like they're struggling with 50. If they could break 50, maybe like 60. Thanks, Bird Stew. I can always count on you. Yeah, NASDAQ doesn't look too hot here. That's awkward. Interesting. I don't want to sell the call. I think there's just nothing to do here. I don't want to buy or sell a call. And I don't want to sell a put. Butterflies? I thought you don't want to attract more viewers. There's a balance. There have to be enough to keep things interesting. I honestly just threw the straddle on here for the rest of the week. Okay. That kind of makes sense. People for looking for dumps when it's flat town. Yeah. Not really sure how I feel about that. Is OI changing it all into close? Not much. Getting some more sold calls at 50 here, but not a lot more. Seems skittish. Gamma falls off a bit to the downside at 40, but we probably won't lose the support there. I would say that there's a really high chance that we just close right here, or slightly, well, like, yeah. I have 858.50s that need encouragement. Don't tell me that. And they're in your paper trading account, right? Nuke. Nuke. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, the 25, 30, 35s, those were decent. WeBull paper trading is useless. I've never even tried it. I can be a Boy Scout and you can be my scout leader. Save it for the quant meetings. But alright, that's how you want to do it. That one's a bit weird. Shorted the market at 4,200 and never recovered. You fucker. The position for ups, save for poor data tomorrow morning. I'll have to see how much repositioning we've gotten, but yeah, it could be. I'm concerned that the Condor is still pretty far out, and we just keep getting realized vol crush. I don't want either one, honestly. Like, I'd probably play the downside here, but I'd probably just lose all my money on it doing nothing. Is the Condor a JPM hedge? No, we're nowhere near the strangle. Or the collar. Isn't the Condor at risk during SLD? the downside of it's probably going to get closed around here, right? I don't think they just arbitrarily keep it open. They might. Woo? What? The Condor isn't 0 DTE this time? Mm-mm. No. It's got some theta on it. I don't even trade this. It's just the only place where I feel like I'm treated how I deserve to be. Maybe I should be nicer. That'll turn people into good traders, right? Just being really nice to them. Because people need fathers. I don't know if I'm father material. Niceness doesn't motivate winning. It's true. You're 1,000% correct. My father was a gambling addict. Oh boy. Thanks for the alcoholism pops. Oh, this place never ceases to amaze. My dad was a regular addict, but he was also bad with money. Give away free alpha. The channel will succeed. But people just lose money when you give them free alpha. Thanks, Alex. I blew up my port buying target calls using Gamma Strike. You don't have Gamma Strike. Hmm. Violent ending is everyone gets neutral positioning. Yeah, or not. By violent ending, do you mean push into 45? Again? Thank God for the refund. I was able to afford rent. You have a job. You're not fooling me. VIX futures expiry today. Think people are gonna reposition short vol? What if they don't? Yeah, VX. It's still just VIX futures. You don't have to say VX is the symbol. But you can say like S&P futures, right? And that just means ES. You can say SPOOs. Ugh, I hate that. Don't use SPOOs. It's gross. You don't like there's no requirement for being a piece of shit. Mm. My paper trading account's up 160K. If only I knew now before I full ported puts during bank failures. Yeah, we all full ported puts during bank failures. Banks were failing. Big ones. What sometimes, I mean, you just gotta I think the whole world just full ported puts right then and there. Okay, you probably shouldn't have kept doubling down. Next time I'll full port calls during bank failures, and SPX will go to 2200. Yep. I full ported Fubo during bank failures. Did I win? Maybe. Time will tell. Or next earnings. Nvidia's selling off. Yeah, QQQ doesn't look very strong, which could drive a failure of this level in the S&P, but it's pretty well supported. I don't know if it's gonna dump. Hmm. Q has 4 digits. Did they add another Q? No. I thought I was asleep there. I just tuned in. Um, Hello, welcome back. If you had 2 million and wanted income while only looking at the market 2 times per year, would you ever consider using those automatic CC ETFs? No. The loss in the underlying is greater than the payout of the dividend over time. Like Jeppy sucks. If I had like billions of dollars and I needed to stuff something somewhere where it would get like a return slightly greater than the rate of inflation, maybe. It's almost always better to cut than double down. What? You heard me. KFC Double Down. I had one of those when they first came out, and it was delicious. And then they stopped making them, right? KFC's gotten disgusting. Make Double Downs great again. KFC inedible now? Yeah. That's on chicken and waffles. I mean, I don't need the waffle part. I don't think the waffle adds anything. It's just like it's like arbitrary waffle. Eh. No, I don't like fish sticks. In or around my mouth, actually. We're gonna see Rivian back at that $78 IPO price. Cute. You've got 15 minutes to return to the trend. Do it, SPX. Find your home. Do you all but guarantee a red day tomorrow? I think I heard that right. No. No, not at all. I don't know what positioning for tomorrow looks like yet. And I don't want to look. I mean, it's probably just going to be a bunch of straddles anyway. The ECB decision tomorrow. If the euro, if the European Union cuts rates, it could bolster the euro against the dollar. And if the dollar loses any of its ground, the ground that it's gained, leverage is going to get wonky again, and that could push vol up. But it's also the VIX expiration, like VIX futures expiration. Do you commit to dressing up for the Halloween stream? No, absolutely not. I'm gonna dress up as the same thing I do every year. Stock YouTuber. It gets the ladies going. I don't know how to embody stock god. Would I just be like a giant glowing green candle? Yes. Stock god's more a vibe. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. Be stock Zeus. Dress up like Jeff Goldblum. You know he's not Zeus in the show, right? Mm. I'm leaning bullish for tomorrow. Change my mind. Why not just take neutral positioning because it's a binary event? It's the thought that counts. Yeah. I showed Popcorn Trader my Halloween costume potential choices for last night, but I don't know if he likes them. Was one just a small cowboy hat over your glizzy? No, but that's pretty dope. Hmm. Hmm. I can feel my brain melting from boredom. Yep, this sucks. It's okay. We've got 5 minutes to do more nothing. Thank God I'm gonna get cash settled out of the 5820s because no one's buying them from me. They've been for sale for like an hour. No one wants them. You're forgetting about euro dollar, AJ. I just looked back to see our biggest move was in like the last 2 hours. 220, we moved $5 and it looks massive. Excellent. Do literally anything, you piece of shit. I told you guys. I warned you. I even did like a whole diagram and yelled at everybody, and I was like, the market's gonna do this, and you're gonna bet on it going down here or going up here. Shaking the monitor isn't gonna loosen up the SPX. You know? Mm. Smarty pants. You have to tap it on the side like a ketchup bottle. I made more money shaving my thing at work than I did in the market today. I'm sorry to hear that. Hmm. The fuck is that one? Anyway, ding ding and stuff, right? I guess. $50, 42, 46. Ew, I made 5%? Gross. Okay, yeah, let's do this. So, a little short of the market maker's upside expected move for today, but we did trend back up very, very slowly, largely on rising puts, but we're unable to breach the top of the iron condor that was sold yesterday, leaving us fairly range bound for the majority of today's price action. We have a little bit more room to the upside now to Gamma Max. Gamma Max did move slightly higher from 66 to 70 yesterday, but the pullback unfortunately wasn't sufficient to push Gamma Max very far out of the money. Tomorrow morning we have retail sales, so up or down, probably based on the data. I would say another test of Gamma Max is definitely possible, although it doesn't look likely with all the positioning that pulled back. Yeah, but we'll see. If retail sales is kind of neutral, we may just end up not getting kind of anything out of it. Um, hmm, yeah. In which case, we might see the Condor come back again. Although the short call side of it might be nearer the money at that point. And that would put us at probably just stuck around 58.50. Um, the head and shoulders on futures didn't break down, it broke up, but very weakly and on fairly low volume as well. Uh, Even the volume improvements during the bounce itself were fairly low. In the longer term, I think forward returns have been declining. So we may see continued profit taking from the bull side. Commodities broadly down today. Mostly, it seems just oil and industrial metals. Precious metals rose, as did some agricultural commodities. Yields at the top end of the curve pulled back again for the second continuous day of decline. However, the dollar continued to rise despite that, mostly up against the euro, the pound, and the yen. Not very much up against the yuan, but the yuan is at 7.13, which is now above target and means that there's going to be downward pressure on yields as yields are bought to stabilize the dollar yuan pin. Correlation turned down pretty hard today. That didn't yield any price improvement in NQ really, or at all, actually. However, should correlation continue to turn down, it likely will. Carry trade leverage pulled back for the second day now, and is at a fairly stable since early this morning, around 72, 7.42, 7.43x. The short end of the carry trade kind of turned up a bit today. The forward yield on vol did start to fall off today, though. We should pay attention to that. If that goes negative, that could be quite bullish for indexes. So keep an eye on that. Part of that, is the VIX expiration. So we'll see how that shakes out over the next few days, and see if that demand for volatility picks back up again or retreats further. Bond vol still rising. Skew, kind of turning back up a little bit, but the range on it hasn't shifted much. 67.52% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. We've got continued decline in vol. So this might be indicative. This is kind of a big drop of more vol selling coming in, and we did discuss last night that we might see some shift in the volatility as the VIX expirations pass. That may continue tomorrow, and we may see volatility continue further down, which will be bullish. But I think for now, since bulls are kind of range bound, they would probably prefer to just short out the realized vol and get that more in line with the decline in 30-day and 90-day volatility. No changes to Fed fund future expectations for next June, but the spread on the 210 did retreat from yesterday. On the technical side of things, basically we're bouncing back up and retesting the trend that we failed yesterday. We did. And now we'll see if, we get a move lower, push down into that long-term support, or if we kind of just stabilize and consolidate here. I think retail sales should be enough to edge it one way or the other, but it'll be hard to say. Obviously, if retail sales are bad, the dollar will very likely decline. And I think that's about it. I'm going to go do some research on Carvana and Root. I'm going to spend a couple hours on that, I think. I'm kind of interested in something I saw there. But I will talk to you guys tomorrow. I hope everybody has a good night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a